Hello. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. My name is Sorcerer Supreme. This is Final Fantasy XIV. Welcome back. Welcome back. Give me a moment to set some stuff up. Alright. How y'all doing? I streamed yesterday and we didn't get to finish our 5.3 storyline, so we're back. And we're going to be doing that and continuing on as we would normally do. Let's see. If you've missed yesterday's stream and any other stream, you can go on YouTube and watch at Sorcerer Supreme VOD. If that is where you're currently watching it, do subscribe to that channel in case you miss anything. And go ahead, follow the links to Twitch and Twitter. And follow me there, Sorcerer_Supreme on Twitch, Sorcerer_Supreme, Sorcerer_Supreme _ for Twitter. Yeah. It's more of a mouthful than it is typing. But you can go to those places and stay notified of when I go live, so that way you can catch me when I do. And without further ado, let's just go ahead and jump right in. Thou art returned. Ah, tell me, how did Seto receive thine offering? Remarkable. 'Twas fated that thou shouldst be the one to undertake this task, I think. As Ardbert liveth on in thee, so too shall he and his comrades live on in the hearts of the people of Novrant. And their tale, now rightly told, shall inspire new warriors of light for generations to come. Let's go. Unto the morrow. Now, assuming thou intendest to continue thy tour, might I suggest Slitherbow as thy next destination? The task of tidying up one's abode is seldom light work, yet I suspect Y'shtola's is heavier than most. Suffice it to say, a pair of helping hands might not go amiss. It's pretty funny, considering, like, yeah, most of the characters speak the most often, like most of the Scions, right? I'm going to that. The Scions speak most often when they are not, like, voice acted, of course. But it always feels like Urianger J speaks the most when not voice acted. Like, even his lines when he is voice acting are not that much. I don't know. It's interesting. I just thought about it. And what's this? Have you come to spy on me? Does Urianger truly... Just moving my camera. I hate that it does that. Loath as I am to disappoint, I put my affairs in order some time ago. I've even bade my farewells. To everyone save Runa, that is. He's nowhere to be seen. Well, yeah.
Master Matoya.
Oh.
For too long I have remained silent, but no longer. I could not bear it if you were to leave. Please, stay.
Whoa.
I beg of you.
Runa, please.
Poor guy.
I jest. At least in part.
He does
What I
not.
came to say is this.
He does not jest.
Thank you. Without your wisdom, your strength, and your kindness to guide us, our people would still be lost. We will never forget you, Master Matoya. Wherever your journeys may take you, you will always be in our hearts.
And you in mine. Remember that your people's journey, that our people's journey is yet ongoing. Your lives will change, and so too will your dreams. Yet come what may, you need not forsake your time-honored traditions, nor less your beliefs.
But neither should you be beholden to them. For it was with curiosity and courage that the Knights Blessed first triumphed over adversity. New knowledge and new wisdom are ever worthy of pursuit.
Indeed they are. And so, until we return to the Sunless Sea, we shall endeavor to live our lives to the fullest.
That is well. But however great your strides, there may yet come a day when the challenges you face cannot be surmounted alone. On such a day...
On such a day.
Hmm.
You may call on me. Since a means to travel between worlds exists, you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. And there remain so many mysteries here that want for solving.
Master Matoya!
Runar, really?
Honestly, he's a boy in the body of a man. Anyway, it is time we headed back to the Crystarium, shall we? You still have to take the X-Lac to Nabatha Ring. I see. Very well, you can look in on Thancred while you're about it. His will be a difficult farewell, and I'm sure he would appreciate your support. The path goes through Twine. If we wait there, you would like to meet him on his way back, if not before. Oh, okay. You're not going to have us go all the way to Nabatha Ring. You're just going to have us go to Twine. Which is nice of them, because I'd imagine it'd be a long travel that way. Unless they're about to make us do it. Come on now. Eh? You too? What is this, my bloody name day? I see, I see. Yes, Thancred was here, and Reen too. They said they wanted to go to Nabatha Ring, so we gave them the use of the trolley. That's right. The old girl's up and running again. We didn't just put her back together, mind you. No, with a little bit of help from Master Chai. We made her faster. And stronger. Oh yes, the future of trolleys is looking brighter than ever. Whisper it, but I reckon it might be time. Time to reach for the stars for the trolley to dwarf all trolleys. If you ask me, we'd be better off making them smaller. That way they can fit in narrow shafts. That's genius! Why didn't I think of that? Enough. You can daydream in your own time. In case you've forgotten, our priority is to have more working trolleys. That's why we've turned to Chinese, by the way. Not to make the one trolley we've got go faster. We need help getting a few Talos back in working order, see? We were testing them out when our airship came down. As a matter of fact, you seem to have a habit of crashing things. We're back. Oh, thank for the loan of the trolley. Cole, what are you doing here? Don't tell me the others are waiting for us. That's a relief. At any rate, we've done what we came to do, which means I'm ready to leave. Or as ready as I'll ever be. Not to pry, but what's going on? You off somewhere? You could say that. I guess the people of the Crystarium knew, but the people of Twine didn't? Oh. So you're heading home. I'm just a simple miner, and I don't know much about this world-traveling business. But the younger lady here, she'll be looked after, will she? I'll be fine, thank you. I have a place to stay at the Crystarium, and don't want for anything. Besides which, I have no shortage of friends I can turn to. Friends like you lot. So please, don't worry. I'll be fine, really. If you say so. It being a matter of life and death, I suppose you have to leave. But I, for one, would still be torn. If the choice were mine, I'm not sure I could bear to be parted from my family. No, but it's for the best. Reen has chosen to walk her own path, and she doesn't need me under her feet. Besides, I have my own responsibilities, and I wouldn't be setting a very good example if I neglected them. Perhaps not. Either way, I envy you and your dilemma. Well then, young lady, if there's anything you need, anything at all, you're to call on us. It may surprise you, but we can do more than simply offer you trolley rides. Thank you, Magnus. Everyone. Shall we then? If you've nowhere left to visit, we can go back to the Crystarium together. Sounds about right. Oof. Crystarium time. Oh boy. In other news, I finished all of the Return to Ivalice missions, which means I can start the Resistance Weapon quest for Shadowbringers at any time, but I think I want to save it for some specific classes that I would need to get to 80 first. Oh, it's you. You're probably wondering why I'm not with the others. It's just, I always knew that everyone would leave one day, and I always hoped and prayed that we would find a way to send them home. But now that the time has come, I just feel lost. Lost and lonely. I don't want our last moments together to be sad. I want to hold myself together just long enough to say things that I need to say. But I'm not sure I can do even that. I'll be there with you. Right. Thank you, Call. I think we all feel braver with you around. Go on ahead and join the others. I'll be along after I've taken a few deep breaths. The Crystarium and the etc. Okay, she did show up.
That's everyone then. We've all said what we needed to.
Even as we speak, Backlog undertaketh their final inspection of our spirit vessels. When thine own preparations for the journey are complete, thou art to present thyself in the ocular.
Leave nothing unsaid.
Everyone? I want to thank you all, on behalf of the First. You, and Minfilia, and the Exarch. Without each and every one of you guiding us, fighting for us, we wouldn't be standing here now. There wouldn't even be a here. And no words can express our gratitude. We still have a lot to do. Countless trials to overcome. But if it ever seems too much, I'll think of our time together. The happy moments, and the sad. I will remember it all. And it will give me the strength to carry on without you. Because you made me who I am. Minfilia. Reen. To honor these names and these memories, I will stand with all the people of this land and strive for a better tomorrow.
Thancred, I believe the honor of responding should rightfully be thine.
I know better than most how much you've grown, and I have every confidence you'll make your people proud. Gods know I'm proud of you. I always will be. You deserve all the happiness in the world, and more.
Might we also say a few words?
Why, this is just about all of you.
To see you off seemed the least we could do. You risked your all for us, fought for a realm not your own. Before you came, we had never known the beauty of the night sky. Or the joy of your company. Though it saddens us deeply to bid you farewell, it has ever been our way to send off friends with a smile. Wherever your road should lead, we shall pray for your safety. And following your brave example, we shall continue to fight for the Crystarium.
With or without us, you've always taken good care of this city. I don't doubt for a moment you'll continue to do so.
I, a more resilient people we have never known. As resilient and enduring as the tower that watches over you.
To the last, we did not question the Exarch about his past. It is only now, when he can no longer tell us, that we believe we know the answer. We have heard what became of him, and what is about to be attempted. All will be well. Of this we are certain. How could it be otherwise, when every soul in the Crystarium is praying for it with all their heart? And so, when our Lord awakens, I bid you give him a message. Tell him he needn't worry about us. That he need no longer hide who he truly is. That he should live his own life to the fullest. And that if he should ever find himself reminiscing on the past with a smile,
We shall be smiling with him. Will you tell him this?
Word for word.
Thank you. Please look after him for us.
I dare say we have all the good wishes we can carry. Let us be on our way.
Ooh, let's go. Wind up Mistle. Upon no one in particular. No, really. Yeah, it's the Exarch. It's Grahatia with his hood down. That's a very, very cute one. Want to read the description of it real quick? That was Grahatia. This is this one. Wind up Mistle, quote unquote. Desiring to honor a certain individual with a mammoth likeness, but knowing that it would go against his wishes to do so, the artisans of the crystalline mean came up with the perfect solution. Make a mammoth likeness anyways, but give it a vague name. That makes everything alright. Right? By any other name, I would still be a rose. Masked rose. How cute. It's a nice one. Also, yeah, I showed this off. I did the anima quest. I showed that off yesterday. Reflections in Crystal. Well, I suppose it's time. Are you ready, Cole? Alright, let's not keep the others waiting. Who do I have following me right now? Oh, it's Grahatia. I guess we should change that then to actually the new one. Why not? Right? There he is. Ah, Master Call. I have but this moment shown your associates in. Strange to think that I will not have the honor of showing them out again. But I am informed that you yourself may yet return, and I look forward to welcoming you on that happy day. Now, if you would care to follow me. Backlog. Ah, there you are. I take it you are ready for the journey. The spirit vessels are primed, and our company complete. At a word from you, we shall begin. Upon beginning the soul-imbuing ritual, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Well, let us go. Very good. I shall distribute the vessels at once.
All right, then. Pray proceed as instructed, beginning with your memories.
I hope this works without any issues. Better work without any issues.
The first step is complete, and all appeareth to be in order.
Well, that just leaves our souls then. We're in your hands, Angelo.
Whoa. I guess it makes sense. They were all soul and not body anyways. It would just kind of disappear.
It is done! The vessels have received both their memories and their souls. I hereby entrust them to your care. They belong to you now. Just be sure to guard them well, yes?
This will work, won't it?
Our theories have held thus far. But I make no promises about what is to come. Even the greatest mages in history knew better than to transport a soul across the rift. We, my dear, are in unknown territory. Prepare as we might, we cannot account for all possibilities. And it is in such circumstances that accidents are wont to occur. Yet miracles do happen. So let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
All safely stowed away? I do hope so. All that remains then is to step into the mirror. Go now, and safe travels.
There I go. We are here. Are we ready? Whew. Please work. Please work normally.
did it? Are we?
We're home.
Oh, oh, you're back. You're back. You're all back.
Thank you. My body feels like a sack of potatoes, but otherwise, I have never felt better.
Oh, it worked.
That said, I doubt any of us will be fit to travel for some while. May we leave the rest to you?
The vessel beareth our comrade's blood. With it in thy possession, the way will surely open before thee.
Oh, we get to open up the Crystal Tower.
What? But you've only just got here.
Tataru, might I trouble you to brew us all a pot of your special tea? And we may require an extra cup.
Oh, we're here.
Yours is a long road, my friend, and it stretches onto places beyond imagining. With your every step, these grand adventures shall grow more distant and faint.
Oh.
And there may come a day when you forget the face and voices of those you have met along the way. On that day, I bid you remember this. That no matter how far your journey may take you, you stand where you stand by virtue of the road you walked to get. For in times of hardship, when fear cannot go on, the joy you have known, the pain you have felt, the prayers you have whispered and answered, they shall ever be your strength and your comfort.
We did it. We've opened the Crystal Tower.
This I hope, I believe, here at memory's end.
Some days later. Wardona. They went back to their old Scion outfits. Not their Shadowbringer outfits.
What is it, Alize? Are you all right? Do you still feel under the weather?
Physically, I couldn't be better. Thanks to Kryle's ministrations, I'm already looking forward to our next fight. But seriously, don't you have anything to say about that?
Oh, she got her Shadowbringer outfit back. His outfit and Gunblade. His outfit and his cards. He's JoJo posing.
No less impressive than our garments. You've outdone yourself, Tataru.
To give credit where it's due, I had help from a certain fiery pixie who visited me in my dreams. They gave me all the information I needed to get the details just right. For your weapons, though, I needed a lot more help. Thankfully, our favourite heads of state were happy to place their finest craftsmen at my exclusive disposal. Oh, and speaking of the Alliance leaders, they all expressed their unreserved elation at your safe return, and promise to come and see you in person as soon as they can.
They really needn't have gone to such trouble. But we'll be keeping these gifts all the same. Do pass on our gratitude.
I realise we haven't taken up new martial arts, nor have I ever been one to set much store by appearances.
You've been a
I
red
can't
mage for
help
not that
feeling a
long.
certain lack of, I don't know, personal development.
I quite understand. But as you observed, the others had the more pressing need. Rest assured, our turn will come.
Sure, Stola went from being just a white mage to actual just black white mage. Black and white mage, I guess. Because she became a sorceress.
If I expend any more ether, I swear I will blink out of existence. I need a bite to eat.
Bread.
Tataru, a cup of tea, if you would be so kind. And something sweet.
By Mistress Kryle's exhausted state, may I assume that the ward has been restored?
Indeed. We succeeded in weaving it anew, albeit at a slightly diminished potency than when I had Becklug's assistance.
Hey.
It is no cause for concern, though. The tower is not easily reached, never mind breached. And even should some few succeed, their presence won't escape my notice.
Excellent. Said duty thus discharged, thou art free to go wheresoever thy fancy taketh thee. Upon which note, hast thou perchance come to a decision? The offer remaineth open.
Well, if you're certain that's what you... I mean, if you think
Graha, really?
Right. I accept. Henceforth, I shall count myself a scion of the Seventh Dawn. Grahatia, at your service.
Let's go.
When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But, like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short.
Uh-oh.
Help! Somebody help! Hippogriffs! Hippogriffs on the rampage! A giant flock of them! Please, we need help!
I could do with a little rampage myself.
What? Now wait, just a... Here we go again.
I'm gonna go take the stairs.
I will join the fray when I've finished my tea.
Thus did the Avatar of Destruction descend, and their wake leave naught but tears and ash.
And then, one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me, in the flesh.
That was great.
So it was that a new adventure began.
Oh, there he is. Asian Xenos. Is he completed now? I think he's probably...
The memory of a dying world's end. Night after night. And I thought it but a tired old dream.
Who's this guy?
I say. I knew that securing the palace would provide your radiance with depressingly little sport, but that you should fall asleep out of boredom. Splendid. Truly splendid. And my own preparations, you will be pleased to hear, proceed apace. Oh, yes. They proceed very well indeed. Frighteningly so. And we owe it not least of all to this singularly useful body I chanced to find. With the Populares now all but destroyed, it will be the simplest of tasks to discredit their groundless assertions that I met with a grisly end.
It is the brother. I forgot his face. I forgot his name.
And as the very much alive Lord of House Brutus, I have a vast fortune at my disposal. Ah, money, 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 the great motivator. There is simply no better way to move men and expedite plans than with its alluring glint. Would you not agree? But wait, were we not acquainted, you and I?
Asahi.
Should our familiarity cause you distress, I beg your forgiveness.
What did you say your name was?
Oh, a dagger through my heart! That my deepest desire should forever remain unfulfilled, to live unrecognized, to die forgotten. Oh.
Clearly somebody else is in his body.
So it goes. Whatever this flesh may have been before, it serves only as a vessel now.
Wait a minute.
And I, faithful Fandaniel, labor only to advance my lord's ambitions.
And Daniel. Well, he's got an asking. I guess they all have that.
Speaking of which, with the palace in our hands, we may now proceed with the next phase of the plan. But how very odd. Despite all our havoc wreaking, old Elidibus did not deign to appear. Dare I hope that the last of the unsundered is gone? Imagine it! Bound no more by the shackles of mouldering memories, of damnable duty, free at last to live for the moment! Your radiance, but give the word, and I shall go forth and prepare for you your hunting ground.
That which awaited was a fell beast. Ferocious, ravenous, remorseless.
Do as you will. It has been too long, my friend, and insufferably dull in your absence. When you return to me, you will share everything. Every blow will be a story unto itself. Every triumph, every kill. Rest assured, we shall have a fitting stage for our reunion. Oh yes, to reprise that transcendent moment, I will set this world ablaze. And we shall dance before the pyre.
Oh boy.
The beast shall kindle the flames of the apocalypse.
It's so dark. I think I need to change my brightness settings.
Into its domain shall the hero set forth, for the final chapter in the tale of this star.
That much I knew. I'm in no pretense to believe that Dawn Trail wasn't explicitly, oh, beginning of new thing. I knew that. I knew that, but still, it makes me wonder what is happening. Where's the brightness setting that I did stuff with? I don't remember. Control K? Probably. Yeah, here we are. Put that at 50 where it was, or like 60. Sure. That looks better. Alright. Grahatia. Ah, you're back. Tell me, Call, do you think I was excessively familiar earlier? In my tone and mannerisms? I thought it better to be familiar than formal if we are to be comrades, but now I worry that it might have detracted from the gratitude and respect I harbor for everyone. Perhaps you might consider it a nod at my regrettably less than humble beginnings? Yes, that will do. Being free to live as one pleases is not without its challenges. In a way, it was easier when I had a mission that consumed my every waking moment, provided me with a focus, a constant push in a singular direction. By the way, was casting spells always so draining? I had quite forgotten what it was like to do without the tower. I've rarely felt so exhausted or hungry. Yet, if all I did was bend the bow, I would be of limited use to you on your adventure, so I shall persevere. Whoever I might have been before, I am now a scion, and an inexperienced scion at that, a green initiate, eager to learn how best to contribute to the cause, that he might follow in the footsteps of his inspiration. Oh, little Grahatia. Grahatia is now available as a trust companion. Nice. We get something for that. Shepherd to the stars. That's pretty good. Alright. Well, it's time to continue on to 5.4. Alizé's quest. Oh, greetings, Call. Come to look in on our friends. Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them, and have satisfied myself that they are all in fine health. As a matter of fact, they are just about to convene at Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we? Dawn's Respite. That's the other entrance.
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I have a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Lise!
Welcome back, everyone!
Lise!
Look at that.
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
The famous Lise Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
I don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir, at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
Well, here we go explaining. Rada, 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 rada.
Well, well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lys, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? Alright, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the imperial capital have been reduced to rubble.
Wow.
The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald, and we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Oh, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you used to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
I like stuffy meetings. What meeting? Lead on. Yeah, we're probably going to be dragging along anyways.
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
He's so funny. When I set out to save Halric, I think Gabu was always at the back of my mind. And having proved that the lights corrupted are not lost, I'm convinced that the same must be true of the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the aether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alize, and it warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. But however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness, not when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Beck-Lug would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not of the modern scholars, perhaps, but what of their ancient counterparts? I know the Alligans took a more than passing interest in the subject. And if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it would surely be at the Aetherochemical Research Facility. Where they experimented on primals and their worshippers, yes? Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports on Aziz's Law, which means we'll be needing an airship. An airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of Silvertear Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel. Is it Sid? I want to see Sid. Sid. I don't want to go through a bunch of walking areas when I can just use 70 gil to get outside immediately. Come on. It's just 70 gil. I'm not going broke from it. Look at the crystal tower. Also, this guy here looks a bit different. It's not like thick. Huh. Ooh, that's a new airship. Tataru has her own airship. That's very cute. She probably learned how to fly one too. She's done so much. Look at her. We got an ironworks guy there. I give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at the Rising Stones, and named her for luck and prosperity. Tataru, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship, I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coinkeeper. I'd also introduced myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I hoped. But that's alright, because we've hired this capable fellow here instead. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Aziz's Law. But enough talk. It's time to fly. All aboard? She got her own airship. That's awesome. Ah, Aziz's Law. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way the airship flies. Tataru has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are on Aziz La, and Alphinaud's report did not do the scale of this place justice. Yeah, it's big. The wisdom of Alag. This appears to be the helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and... Yes, I believe I have my bearings. Though this is my first time on Aziz La, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I am mistaken, this path leads to an aetheryte, beyond which there will be an information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. But don't you already know you want to go to the etherochemical thing, which is, you know, in the middle? Oh, okay. Whatever. I'll follow around. And here's the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for references to tempering. Ah, there we are. Iconic corruption, an overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let us see what the report has to say. Confound it. The contents appear to have been deleted. Deleted? What? No! Isn't there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid. But it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is where to look. It says here the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely that he kept a copy? I would say it's a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he would have had quarters on the Habisphere. We can ascertain the details at the Habisphere control. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. We will need them to reach our destination. I forgot. You already have a suitable means of transportation, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Habisphere. Which one's the Habisphere? Ah, I see. I do wonder, can this teleport me? No, I do not know how to operate the terminal. That's funny. Though the fact that it is interactable makes me think that I could learn how to interact with it. But nope, we're just going to be flying. Aziz La. I feel like Aziz La is definitely one of the, like, strangest design places in 14. And I say that because most of... Well, actually, I'll say that about all of the final zones for the DLCs. Because they're all massive, and you kind of just run through them in like a straight line. And you get all of the aetherite crystals practically, or the aether current crystals, not really from exploring, but from doing the main story quest. It's just odd. Like, and in this one in particular, technically you need to get all of the aether currents in order to finish it, because you have to be able to fly to the top. It's the only way up there. And like, it's massive. This map is massive, and you don't explore like any of it. Like, you just go around in a circle, and that's it. It's just odd. And it's similar for all of the final zones. So much detail, but none of it is, like, used. If the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this node will be able to tell us its number. Oh gosh, I gotta get his voice. His voice has gotta, like, imprint in my brain more. It's hard, I don't know why. There. From what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning. An evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Hemisphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order will have been imposed during the Fourth Umbral Calamity, and I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Bzz. Energy level critical. Returning to base for recharging. Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example? Ere we resort to that, I have an idea. Were we to send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant aether throughout the continent. You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that was in the records too? Ha! I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning aspected prone aether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much elegant knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but to finally stand here with the two of you, it is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the Beta Quadrant. Oh, but beware of sprites. They are wont to manifest where the aether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should make a contest of this. The first to return here with a shard wins. What do you say? Very well. It would be my honor to come third. This guy. Yeah, I have a hard time doing his voice. Because he's very young and energetic, but he has actually a deep and raspy voice, which is weird. It's not actually that deep, but it is deeper than you would think. Where am I going? Oh, it's here. It's just super tiny. But yeah, he has actually, like, quite a deep voice, surprisingly. And it isn't very smooth either. It's actually kind of grady. Oh no. We're in here. We gotta go in here. How did we miss the turn? Well, that's our quarry. No, but I have to defeat us. I have to find the point of stagnant lightning. Yeah, here we go. Well, there we go. Wait, again? Oh. Interesting. Bravo! That was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the lightning shot is yours. Oh, it's Grahatia. Very funny. What, no dramatic entrance? You've changed. Very funny, now let's get back to work. What, no dramatic entrance? You've changed. Ah, you remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest-to-God's hero, after all. Well, the contest continues, so you had better hurry back. Ah, but one thing. Thank you, Call, for bringing me here. Because that's how we met him the first time. When we were doing the Crystal Tower raid, we were sent off to go get aspected crystal. And he disembodies, like, he talks to us through a disembodied voice of just a voice in the cavern. And he's like, I have the thing you seek, but if you kill... But you have to find me, and we have to kill the boars. And then we kill the boar, and he's like, I liked how you fight. Here, I will give you what you sought. And it was just him. It appears Alizé had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? Yeah, I keep moving his voice around because I have such a hard time. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? That is a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Call. And not only about the secrets of adventuring. But come, we should attend to our mission. After we complete this mission, I'm going to take a break so I can eat lunch and do a couple of other things. Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. Now we have access to the Habisphere. Only one obstacle remains, the security system within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. If I am right, my royal blood should allow me to venture unmolested. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes. But if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Well, nothing for it but to sit tight. It's a tiny little sphere for it to be called a Habisphere. And for how many people could definitely have been working and living on this massive place, that seems rather small. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like the studium thesis. We all had to write one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of Aether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphino's was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Charlene's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced of his views, and would cheerfully argue to the death at anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded, but deep down he still holds fast to that one belief. I admire him for that. I should have liked to meet the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Allegan civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the stadium. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the students of Baldessian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis. I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough about that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Yes, Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it will be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Blip. Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as a guest, please complete biometric authentication. Blip. Verifying. Bloop. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am at your most humble service, your highness. It never ceases to amuse me. 'Tis but a pity the effect will not last forever. Doga and Une said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Blip. Searching. Bloop. One item found. Iconic corruption and overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Well, go on then, your highness. Tell the nice node the password. Right. Let's see. Glory be to Alag. Long live Emperor Zandi. Blip bloop. Password incorrect. Please try again. Confound it. Come now, passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance... Oh. Password! No way. No way. The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden. What did that thing just call me? Wild Rose! Blip bloop. Password incorrect. Again, be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the reward altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Mashkina into cooperation, it is them. Come, let us bear the note back to the Rising Stones. LOL. Direct hit determination. Sounds good. Reviving the legacy. Okay, before we do that, I'm going to take a break to eat lunch. I'll be back in a bit. Hello. I am back. I've made a grave mistake. It's nothing actually too major, but it is going to affect the rest of the stream. The food I chose to eat for lunch was some leftover pizza. And it was leftover pizza from, like, a kind of nice place. So the pizza was, like, very fresh and very well made and crispy and crunchy and all that stuff. But in reheating it, it became not the easiest thing to chew, the crust. And I've eaten it, and now my jaw hurts really, really bad. And it's kind of sore. So I'm going to take a break from doing voices for a little bit until I feel a little better in my jaw. So, no voices for maybe like an hour or something. At which point then I'll probably try to go back to it. But yeah, let's continue. Reviving the legacy. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Rambros did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. We haven't heard from Sid this entire expansion. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext. However much I might look forward to seeing him again, him and everyone. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek him is no pretext, however much I might look forward to seeing him again, him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way. You're coming with us. Look at him, all but running. How sweet. Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we? Minimal tone inflections is what I'll do for now. Mostly just because if I move my jaw too much in making funny... not funny, but doing voices and stuff, my jaw is gonna hurt. My jaw does hurt. And again, hopefully it'll just be fine. It's just gonna pass by quickly, so... where am I going? Ah. The Rising Stones. Wonderful news, Call. Tataru contacted Sid on our behalf, and he is on his way here even as we speak. While we wait, I should like very much to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Cryo? As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on, and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is the Third, a legion aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Brutus? Aren't they the ones who took in Yotsuyu and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Urianger will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such a time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict. And so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from the Gimlet, they have decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Oh, primal issues? Interesting. Working with friendly factions among the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order, ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. The Lumensians in particular struggle in their efforts, and Alphino and Y'shtola have been called upon to aid them. So long as we are dealing with the tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's respite? I'll show sit in as soon as he arrives. Strange how we never go into the solar anymore. And now we wait. Ugh. Sid. Sid. Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer. Oh, I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. Ha! I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something, was it? Ugh. Well, well. A treatment for tempering. And for the next step, you'll need to find the password to this Alligan's report. Just so. With nary a clue to guide us, we would be here forever, and still not guess correctly. And thus we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we could help you, so I will. Once suitably configured, a Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying a password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambros. It contains an elegant dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. Ugh. Sorry. Looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Huh. Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would, milady. Freedom. Node. Open the report entitled Iconic Corruption. An overview. Password freedom. Password accepted. Bloop. Opening report. Whoa. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the aether of the soul. Said aether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. But when a subject is exposed to the aether of an icon, this changes, their soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. Oh hey, that's the other one. Sephiroth, yeah. By way of an example, exposure to the aether of the fiend Sephiroth would cause the subject's aether to become aligned with the element of earth. As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with Earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. Oh. That we didn't know. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. This stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner did the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects, an endeavor in which we were successful, albeit at a great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Aemon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence I have been stripped of rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in the hopes that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, to find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. So not even the Alligans were able to find a cure, or rather, they were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Aemon's decisions. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True. Yet were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold of the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining in its thrall. We could only make them remember who they were. But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith which has come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound, and our experience treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you are right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it is better we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time, I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to stimulate magics, which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different than how we identified the password. But it'll take more calculating power. A lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our experiment would be up to the task. Our equipment would be up to the task. La 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 la. La 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 la. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To Keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait. A password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure, and a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe their motto was freedom through technology, or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief! Things are about to get very busy. Luckily we have you to help, eh? Right. While Grahatia and I configure the terminals, I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely ceruleum to fuel the terminals and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. So just the ceruleum, then. In that case, I'll trust Call and Alizé with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. Take them to Sky Steel Manufactory in Ishgard, and the ceruleum processing. Take them to the Sky Steel Manufactory in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanalan. The people there will give you what you need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan. Let's go to Ishgard, actually forcing us to go back to Ishgard. We love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. I gotta do the Ishgardian restoration so this place doesn't look like a dump. You stand in the Sky Steel Manufactory. What is it you require? So, you're after ceruleum. In that case, please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing. He'll be glad to assist you. The Machinist Guild. So it's not much of a guild, but it's the Machinist Guild. Where are we going? Ah, I remember. What is it called? It's the Athenium Athenium Astrologicum. Yes. Yes. Ceruleum, you've come to the right man. Fair warning, though, the price has shot up on account of uncertainty with the Empire, so I hope you've got the coin. Well now, a promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Not that that's a problem. It's as good as gold to me. Somebody important gonna come and see us because we're wandering around about Ishgard. Yup. Emmerich. And the
My
Bonabon.
friend, after the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places.
Emmerich.
As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course.
Hey.
Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you?
But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day?
Ceruleum.
A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it.
Let's go.
In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Emmerich, my goat. And with all the ceruleum we could need. Wow. Hey, what happened to Alize?
Oh, who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much?
Oh.
Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it.
They changed Sid's voice. Wait, is this the first time we've actually heard Sid's voice since the voice actor change? I'm trying to think. We might have heard it in Heaven's Word at the end once. Did we hear it in Stormblood? Probably not. No, he was off busy with Omega. Yeah, this might be the first time we've literally heard his voice since the end of Heaven's Word's main story. Because that would have been the last time he had the opportunity to speak with a voice line. Wow.
Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
Oh, that sounds so weird. I'm used to his Realm
We've also
Reborn.
succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
I'm used to his Realm Reborn voice, because you hear that one much more often when you do Praetorium runs. That...
It's been a while, hero.
Hey!
You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering.
It's Nero. He's still with the
If you
Ironworks.
mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
For all the effort it took to track you down after your latest disappearing act, you could find the cure for death, and it wouldn't be worth the trouble.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me, 9 parts to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Whatever you say, Garland.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin.
Yeah, because I remember he did show up in Stormblood in post-story when we were making the wall. And we first met Belsar with Alvino after he collapsed. But I don't think he had any speaking lines.
All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
Kind of airy. Deep, gravelly, airy. But more airy than gravelly. But definitely still warm. Oh?
Damn it. It's overloading.
Oh, that's not good.
Chief! She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close! So very close!
Oh!
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There! I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Awesome.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
Oof.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
Alright. Reviving the legacy. Croissant. Honey croissant. Ooh, but stuffed Highland cabbage. Yum. That looks like it's gonna be good for me. I have so many of those. At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate. We cannot be certain until such a time as we can put it to the proof, but I'm quite confident. Well, if we're to test it on someone, then I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. As long as we exercise due caution. Yes. As long as we exercise due caution, it will be fine. Without further ado, then, let's make for Limsa. We've kept Gabu waiting long enough. Holy. Imagine if this works. Wow. Wow. Actual cure to tempering. Like, what? What? Ooh. Ooh, it's loud. Why did I say it's loud? What I meant to say was, this place is packed. And for good reason, I understand. Apparently, Hyperion is a congested server now. It just is. Oh my god. There's also the Rising happening right now, so there's a lot of people, particularly here. I don't know where all those fireworks are going. Oh, there they are, going off over there. Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our host bring Gabu to us at once.
Apologies for the wait.
Gabu, have you been good?
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment?
Yes.
Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
Angelo.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin.
Super
Yes,
Graha.
this will do. And now, it's my turn.
Cool.
Tis done. No small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allagans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
'Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
I didn't do anything, but I'll sit with you. Well, this seems as good a spot as any to have a rest. Yeah, restful, with all the fireworks happening. IMSA, empty, impossible.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light-corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
I like both of these. Well, if it's any consolation, she's in awe of your work. Don't tell me, tell her. Those are both things that I would like to say. Can I say both? I'll say, well, if it's any consolation, she's in awe of your work.
She told you of my graduation thesis. How very embarrassing. Nonetheless, it is comforting and not a little surprising to hear that I'm still capable of impressing my sister. On the rare occasions I'm not annoying her, that is.
Okay.
Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Gabu!
It worked.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gabu. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gabu.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gabu alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gabu, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I have to go now, Gabu, but the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
They did it. They did it. We freed Gabu. Oh, that's weird. Like master, like pupil. Huh. As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first, but this seems as good a time as any. Come, let us make for her cave. Man, it takes a while to get there too. Because and the funny thing, there is no aetheryte in the entirety of the Dravanian Western Hinterland. Dravanian Hinterlands. There's none. Save for Idleshire, there is 0 aetherytes, which is insane, really. Because that means every single time you want to go and do anything in this area, you have to spawn in Idleshire first. Yeah, 0. Literally none. They made a whole area just have nothing. Ooh, it's foggy. It's like really foggy. Wow. I could have sworn, I swear, some of these places I never seen with some of these weather effects. Or maybe the weather effects just looked that much more different with the graphical update when Dawn Trail released. But I did this after Dawn Trail. So I don't know. Looks great. Looks very cool. The ruling quarter. And the cave, which is somewhere over here. Ah, there it is. I take it you are ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil. Very well. And here comes the theme. Yeah.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I'm proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day.
And now explain.
So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers. We'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were. Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Eh? Alright, off to my old workshop then. Everything's required to make you your familiar is there. That may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it. Oh, there is sure to be a handful of feral familiars, and mayhap a monster or two, but nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place in payment for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, if there are no other objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my pirogos ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only tell him who you are. You can't be too careful after all. Off you go. Ah. Sounds like a dungeon. And the Maker's Mark. Where is that? Maker's Quarter. Ah, it's right above. Unfortunately, you have to go out and then around in order to get up. Oh! I forgot I was in the southwest corner. I don't know why I thought I was in the northeast corner. No, I gotta walk all the way over here. I say walk, fly. Alexander. Oh, yeah, I just remembered. Technically, in clearing the Savage Raid of Omega, like we have been doing, if we clear Kefka, we unlock Ultima Weapon. Ultimate Weapon Ultima fight. And if we clear, I don't know exactly what stage of it is, of the raid tier Savage in Shadowbringers, we unlock the Epic of Alexander, which is the ultimate Alexander fight, which sounds so cool. I want to do those fights, but I gotta get a group together to do them, and they're not easy. But at least they're scaled. So with my currently scaled Dragoon, I should be able to do the Bahamut and the Ultima one when I unlock it. I just need a group. I'll see if my FC is going to do it. Greetings, Ribbit, and welcome to my good mistress Strelicht. Burrogo is my name, and I am honored to be your guide. Within, you will find a space dedicated to the making of familiars, along with a cavern wherein the requisite ingredients may be had. I must warn you, however, that the place has not played host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years, and will, I regret, be in some disarray. But rest assured, my brothers and I shall see to it that you do not lose your way. Now then, Ribbit, only say the word and I will show you in. Matoya's Relict. Ah, there you go. Well, to go in with people or to go in with the NPCs? Let's see. What's the wait time? 8 minutes? I'll wait a little bit. Why not? And I can examine the building. It just seems like a regular building. But apparently it goes into the earth. And into the mountain, probably. Interesting. Wonder, can I stand up here? I can. That's funny. But yes. It seems this is the dungeon for 5.4. We're like halfway through 5.4 once we get through this. That's pretty good. That's pretty cool, What was I gonna be looking at? Right. The classes that I want to level up for potentially doing the resistance weapon, right? Because I want to talk about that for a little bit. The relic weapon for Shadowbringers requires you to be at level 80, right? Like all the other ones, they require to be at the max level of the thing. Of the ones that I think look cool, of the ones that I think I would actually want to, like, use, Paladins looks cool, but I'm a little less inclined to do Paladin because I have the animal weapon and I like the animal weapon. Gunbreaker has a very cool set of relic weapons. Like, almost all the stages of the relic weapon look great on Gunbreaker. Samurai has a really, really cool one. I like the way Samurai looks for it. And Red Mage is probably my favorite Red Mage weapon that I've seen. Just full stop. The Resistance Red Mage weapon is awesome. But only the last stage, which is a little unfortunate. I don't know what the Manderville weapons look like, by the way, for the Endwalker. Though I do know that Endwalker's relic quest requires the entirety of the Hildebrand quest. Which means, hopefully, when I do complete the story for Dawn Trail, right, and I'm pretty much just waiting for content to be released, as it's going to be for the next 2 years, I'm going to be doing Hildebrand, among a lot of other things, of course, like leveling up, right, and doing a bunch of side content that I just haven't done, and raids, and all that jazz. But, yeah, I want to do Hildebrand, because, I mean, it goes back from Realmborn all the way to, oh my gosh, why can't I think of the name? All the way to Endwalker. And in Endwalker, the Hildebrand quest is directly tied to the relic weapon. So, super cool. And I think the best looking relic weapons for, again, Shadowbringers are Paladin, but probably won't do it purely because I like my animal weapon, and I'll save it for a later resistance weapon that I ever try to farm. Gunbreaker, which I think looks fantastic. Samurai, which I think looks good. It's probably one of the better samurai ones that I've seen, other than just a plain sword, which is kind of what I'm leaning towards, honestly. And Red Mage, which I think is the best looking one. I'm going to be right back. I need to get some water, and hopefully it doesn't pop the duty. So I'll be right back. Okay, we're good. Back with my water. And quest hasn't popped. That's good. By all accounts, technically, there are only 2 dungeons left in Shadowbringers. There's this one, and there's one in 5.5. And it's probably very true that we are currently building towards whatever Endwalker's story is that, again, I still don't know. I still have no clue what the Endwalker story is about. And normally, at least I think back to previous expansions, the next story is being built upon after 5.3, or after their 0.3 update. Like, I'm looking at Stormblood 4.3. That's the last fight. That's where Tsukiyomi is. Right? And after that, 4.4 is where people start falling asleep. Our Scions, right? And then it all leads into 4.5 and 4.56, where we eventually end right before Shadowbringers. I look at Heavensward. Heavensward up to 5.3. 5.3 has the Nidhogg fight. 5.4 is kind of starting to lean into the what's it called? Stormblood. And then 3.5 has Belsar's Wall, which literally is just the prequel to it, where literally everything goes down. So it's been always like that, which is why I'm surprised. Yeah, we're already in 5.3. Well, no, we're in 5.4, almost halfway through, and I still don't really know what's going on. It's interesting. But maybe once we get into 5.5, we're gonna definitely know. And maybe we get into it today. We'll see. Depending on how time is and how long something like this takes. If it gets to 10 minutes and I'm not in, I'll just go in with some NPCs. And it'll probably take 30 minutes, but at least it'll get done. In fact, we'll probably just do it now. Just go in with NPCs. Do support. Toy is derelict. We can swap out. Grahatiers are currently our tank. We have Alize instead of
Victory will be ours.
Stola.
Let's give it our all.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Hopefully this goes well. Otherwise, it's gonna be hard. Oh, this is cool. Cool looking dungeon. It's a big library. And I like the music.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients. Listen well to what the Porogos say, or you'll wish you had.
Okay. First things first, we need to harvest some clay. Ribbit through the portal. Okay, interesting. So I take it then that thing behind us is going to be the final boss. Oh, this is cool looking. Follow me, Ribbit, and put down the pests that bar the way.
There!
Well, that went pretty well. Actually wasn't that bad of a pull. For a single pull, that went pretty well. He pulled them off to the side and clumped them all together. That was pretty good. I don't know if that was purely circumstantial, but that was a pretty good pull. Yeah, look at that. He does. That's awesome. That's pretty great. Like, yeah, they're still only doing single target attacks most of the time. They're not really doing AoEs. But everything died pretty quick. Allow me to assist you with the gap, Ribbit. Wow. I'm gonna pull them all together now. Let's see. It kind of does. Not great, but better than nothing. Yeah, like, everything is dying pretty evenly. It makes me think that they're using AoEs. Like, things don't normally die that even when you're doing this, so that's why I'm pretty happy with this. With how this run has been going. The Sonny of Ziggy? It's Ziggy, like in the Antitower? But he's a Sonny? That's awesome. The clay is just across the way. Oh, the Mudman. Alright, well, let's fight. Actually, I want my cooldowns. Give me my cooldowns. Oh, this looks weird. Alright. Let's see. What happened to my combo? Ooh, don't stand there. Okay, interesting. Drainage system is activating. Heat pelt. What? Oh, no. I see. That's pretty tough, huh? You gotta, like, angle it so that it goes into the thing. Otherwise, it'll keep chasing after you. What are those? Alright, so you don't want to give it to them then, probably? Okay, yeah, just stand here or something. Yeah, that makes sense.
Focus. Release!
Okay. Okay, okay. This is interesting for sure. Let's go. Now we have the clay. And we're just gonna do that 3 times. Seems. Because there's 3 frogs at the beginning. Next we need to get the water flowing again. Nice. This is fun. This is a fun little dungeon. For your own safety, I ask that you keep close to me. Uh-oh. Yeah, everything dies pretty close together. It's pretty surprising. Oh, no, we don't go that way. He's lowering the lift. Oh. That was a bit far, don't you think? I guess not. Why would it aggro to me? Yeah, they have to be coordinating, at least, or maybe just because there's so few enemies, they're all doing single target attacks on different ones, but they're dying way too close together for it to feel like they're not doing AoEs. Again, I'm focusing on them more now, see what they're doing. I think I'm just doing that much damage to all of them. That they are doing one-on-one damage, but I'm actually just burning through.
There!
Another lift ribbit, just a moment. Next boss. Oh, look at it, it's so cute. A Nyx. A Nixie. It's pretty cute. Wait, actually...
Let's give them a show!
Okay. And then Alizé's doing a limit break 1. Thank you, Alizé. It's so helpful. Huh. Wow. Okay. Gotta look at those then. More water. We need more water. Oh. Uh-huh. He seems to be standing in the perfect spot. You don't have to move. Oh. No, we can't target them. Singing in the rain is fine now. Wait, what? Where'd he go? What? What? What the heck? They just didn't solve any of it. They just didn't do anything. They just sat there and died. What was that about? Do we have to go up there and kill them then, I guess? But why didn't any of them do it? What the heck? Now we gotta run all this way down. Oh my gosh. Can we cut? No. Really? All that? That was so bad. Why didn't the NPCs do anything? I'm upset. I am. Because that was a whole lot of the NPCs just waiting around and me just kind of having to sit there and be like, well, what's going to happen? And normally, you can kind of follow the NPCs and you'll be okay, because they're going to avoid mechanics, but none of them did anything. Except for Grahatia, who just actually walked into one of them at the end.
Just the beginning. Focus. Release!
Yeah, do we have to get hit by one of these to get up or something? Because, like, I could stand right here and not get hit by any of them, but... Yep, okay. That's ridiculous. How was I supposed to know that? Who knows? Oh, I didn't see that. That was annoying placement. Interstice. Interstice. It's a fun dungeon. I was a little upset at that mechanic because there was really no indicator. Fiery Portal. Portal. Bum. Oh, this is interesting. Some interesting looking lava. Go, Grahatia, please.
You underestimate me!
I wonder what the thing is gonna be for this. Ah. A little magma can't stop us. Ah. Relic marshmallow. That's funny.
Leave the healing to me.
Yeah, they all die in relatively this. They're not dying all at the same time, but they are dying quickly and together, somewhat, which is exactly what you want. But, like, somebody else is targeting this specific relic syrup that I am as well. Even though the other one is dying faster, somebody else is targeting it, because I don't kill things that quickly in a four-man dungeon. Like, that just doesn't happen.
There!
More.
There!
Oh, it's not the boss. Well, it's cool to know you can turn them around. Okay. And here's the next boss, probably. Oh no. Huh. I guess that's it. The last boss is the last boss. That's fine. I'm okay with that. It's one less boss in a rather long dungeon anyways. Dum dum bum 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 bum.
Right then. Let's get this over with.
Ah, there we go. Queen Porksy. And
Newborns are wont to be difficult. Show her who's in charge.
of course. Now we just gotta fight the thing. Porcine porcelain. Mother Porksy. It's funny. Okay. Fight. Go ahead, Grahatia. Tenderloin. That is funny.
Leave the healing to me.
That's cool. What are we doing? Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, I see. You have a harder time. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. That's actually pretty tough, huh?
Just the beginning.
That's fun. She's hitting herself. Find her quickly or we'll be in for a world of pain. Whee! Also, huh? I see. I see. That's funny. That's pretty cool. It telegraphs what she's gonna do when she comes down. That's actually really fun. That's a really neat mechanic. Oh, it's magic damage. Oh! Too early. Let's go. Well, we did it. I think the detempering of everybody is going to pull back a curtain that we don't know is currently there. I mean, there's the idea of, you know, we already know Zodiark and Hydaelyn are primals, but how much are their wills currently influencing us? As the Warrior of Light, everybody, all the Scions, how much do people with the Echo, how much do we think, how much are we being controlled by Hydaelyn? If at all. Are we?
There we are. Quite tame.
And I think this is going to pull back that veil that none of us realize
Then
we
all
have.
that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more.
Oh boy, it's a lot of ether. That's a big porksy.
That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porksies. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy. A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
Yeah, something could happen here. Or nothing. We really don't know. And now she just makes 3 porksies with all the same properties. Lovely.
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the mother porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone, we're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
In addition to the porksies, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age?
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with Y'shtola. They are as peas as in a pod, are they not? Alright, you may do it with a trust. The Admiral's Resolve. Alright. Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. Okay. Admiral Blowfishwin. Merlwib Blowfishwin. Flame General Raban Aldin. Elder Seedseer Khan A. Senna. The three great cities and their leaders. Probably we're gonna have to go through. Why call, ever a welcome sight. Tidings for the Admiral, you say? She is presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, I know she'll make an exception. Follow me. Oh, who might those guests be? Ah, look at that. Kobold and Sahagin. Amazing. My friends, what brings you here this day? Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as I have been in awe of you, Scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it. Here in Limsa, and production of more familiars has already begun. You have my thanks, truly. This will do much to advance the cause of peace. Yet I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beastman. Ah, even to speak thus divides us. Ah, welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. For thought of summoning an untempered may serve to fuel the conflict, but they are symptoms of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding, and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. 'Twas I who moved that the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Lomensians have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagin for control over the seas has only grown fiercer, a matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With survival at stake, each has no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who'd listen, and then gave up. But you and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you've achieved the impossible again and again and again. And I thought it high time that I followed suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Wildbrunn than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye. Acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with the prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners were not to hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder would flounder without them. I am given to understand that the leader, Captain Hilfir, has been bedridden for some while with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads a man named Sickard, but recently risen to prominence among their ranks. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I have asked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives, but they have learned naught of any value. Leave it to us. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever this Sickard wants, we'll find it. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn, then. Good luck. By way of a first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know this Sickard. If you could approach the pirates' call, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. Oh boy. All of them are on the upper deck? Is that what that was saying? Also, what happened? What is happening? Okay, it's just the two in the upper deck. Okay. I don't know why that was so difficult. Oh my gosh. So many people are here. It is causing my game to lag so bad. Oh, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Ass Castle. Okay. Holy moly. I hear answers in the background again. I wonder if that has to do with the rising. Because this event just started. Also, you can see the gift you get for it. These lamps. I watched a video. So I was like, what is the rising? I didn't get it explained to me, but I do know what now is coming out of here. Eh? You want to know about Sickard? He's a wily bugger, that is what he is. Found some clever way to make a coin, they say, and traded it for Moensket's place at Old Hilfer's side. There was a time we raced the executioners for our pick of the Empire's fleet. The Galleons gone, and them days with them. But the Galleons are gone, and them days with them. Owing to which, we've all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet. What with that jumped-up bilge-rat Sickard landing the juiciest, whatever it may be. Not that the sirens are struggling much. Mind. We do enough guarding fishing boats from the fishbacks and other beasties. Get the first pick of produce for our trouble, you see. Quality stuff for a bargain price. This we pass to our sisters and can't sail around. And as can't sail on account of getting old or wounded with a child. And they cook it up and sell it for a pretty profit. Simple. Oh, I miss the old days, don't get me wrong. But when I see the girls with their little ones, I think to myself, a life of peace and quiet ain't all that bad. Yeah, the music in this area changes with events and stuff, and right now it's just answers. The same answers we heard actually when we were doing that Elidibus quest. That character duty in Amarot. The same one. It's the like very echoey, very where am I going? Oh yeah, all the way over there. Okay. Music roll vendor? There's a vendor for that? Oh. Oh. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'll have to check to see if I have any of those unlocked. Maybe that's where I get some cool music rolls. Oh, it's these two, I see. Curious about Sickard, are you? As am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of some debate. As you know, the thalassocracy permits us to attack only Garlean vessels, yet these have all but vanished in the seas since the Empire turned in on itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. I cannot imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how, then, are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secret, they are like not to share it with the rivals. But mayhap you will have more luck. Is that with... It is. Okay, so I gotta go back to the main Aetheryte. Where's the nearest? Oh, nearest is that way. The Gladiators Guild, of course. No, not the Gladiators. The Marauders Guild. And that's the nearest one. It gets a big yikes because of lag, but you know what? That's okay. Yowzers. I see everyone has returned. Now, who would like to go first? So, just as the Imperial prey began to disappear, Sigurd turned to the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to a tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew have been indulging themselves as never before. But no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they are coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbour Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune and making little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystal went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hoary Boulder, who has been watching the movements of the beast tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the beast tribes and the thalassocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have made any appearance of late, suggesting that the kobolds and the Sahagin lack the means with which to summon them. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of their crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes, though we have no hard evidence as yet. We must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I have already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. Interesting. Interesting, Alphino. Mind sharing with the class? During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had recently arrived in Limsa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction, and will shortly pose for a potential buyer. As a potential buyer, in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at the Oshon's Embrace in Lower Lenosca shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. Lower. South. South? No, that's a shroud. Lower Lenosca. the night sky. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait, if he truly is in league with the bloody executioners, he will surely be wary of those allied to the Admiral, the Scions not least of all. Compared to yours and Call's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of the buyer. Graha is right, and even if you aren't recognized on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with the society's underbelly. Genteel? But very well. I leave it to you, Graha. Got business with me, Catboy. You're the crystal wholesaler. That I am, but you're no merchant. So what do you want the crystals for? Don't look at us, you idiot. You give us away. Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need crystals to make staffs like that fine specimen you got there. That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. Well, we don't just invite anybody into our storehouses. Takes time to establish trust, you understand. Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I will not quibble over the price. Alright. It's plain that no ordinary crystal will adorn in your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. He's funny. Thancred's gotta teach him a couple lessons. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. Oh boy. Here they go. Here they come, they are cinnamon. Where'd they go? Oh, all the way over there. They went into that tunnel, quietly now. Wow, that is a lot of crystals. You won't find any finer, especially not for the price. Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them, if that's your worry. They're from Ogre, if you take my meaning. Stuff's as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed. So, how much you want? Ogre, taken from the kobolds, just as we suspected. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around. Slowly. I'm Sickard, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are, scions. And we also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes of being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. The question is, what are you here for? You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You have spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. We are here to learn why the Bloody Executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa Lominsa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you, though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel, not flying the Imperial flag, but it doesn't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet is because we don't want no one taking our business. Wait. Just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Him especially. While the Maelstrom were worrying about dirt in their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Ugamaro, and battered Bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically a success as we are. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them. But with the Garleans gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on, except the beastmen. So let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Contentious though it may some may find your views, it is true that you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face, unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa Lominsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright. I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. He asked Alicia. I trust she won't turn down the invitation. I do like quests like these. The low stakes, high adventure. The low stakes, high adventure types. They're fun. Ooh, materia. On rough seas. I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa Lominsa are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Grahatia's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sigurd has agreed to a meeting. Let us hurry back to Limsa Lominsa to pass on his invitation to the Admiral. Where am I going? Limsa Lominsa. Limsa Lominsa. Uldo. Gridania. The lag. Much better. Alright, let's see what's happening here. Oh, your companions have been reported to the command room. Will you be joining them? Welcome back, my friends. What news? So they've been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice it to say, I accept Sicard's invitation, and I would have you join me as my guest. The future of Limsa hangs upon the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the Scions present to bear witness. Why are they laughing and partying?
Look who's come crawling!
Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Crawling.
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the Beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right!
Pirates till we die!
What we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
He's gonna cheat. Whew. Whew.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
Oh, the captain.
It's the captain!
Captain Ilfir!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Limsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You've the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
Poor guy. He has pneumonia. That was cool. Though I anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfir would intervene. Full glad am I that he did. 'Twould have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and that we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. Awesome. Critical. Sort. The great ship Vilbrand. Ooh. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail, unless their minds can first be wrestled from the grip of their gods. And so, in the meeting we seek to arrange with the kobolds, I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We will open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there is something you should know. Some 50 years past, when the Sahagin swarmed our holes in even greater numbers, Limsa entered a covenant with the kobolds. To men shall go the bounty of the sea, to kobolds should go the bounty of the land. An ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Aye, inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lenoska, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till every ilm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand. It is the present, fresh and raw. And with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their temper. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would not agree to a meeting in the first place. And so we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals to them, and personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Oh boy. Bait. They would welcome us into their midst, not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Aye, and given the wealth of crystals we will bring, I'll wager they will attempt to summon Titan there and then. Meaning a high priestess would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch, but he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet a single death on the kobold side would jeopardize our chance at peace, and therefore, and there my venture founders. Yet it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's Chain? Though we would still have to weaken the kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact Mistbeard used to take the goods and not life? Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. So, friends, what think you of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative, and we may safe assume that the High Priestess' exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of aether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. The time during which Alisaie would be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I am not convinced we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I am happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tisleen would do. And had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrint. So I'm going to cure that priestess, or die trying. I believe in you, Alisaie. The music also. And I believe in you too. You and everyone. I'll know you keep me safe. It is settled then. See to your preparations and make for Camp Overlook. We will join you there anon. Where are we going? Ah, Camp Overlook. My brain. Let's go. The great ship Vilbrand. Alphinaud wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you to give me all the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own task. Indeed, and should you want for aether, you need only say the word. Gabu, did you follow us here? Did you follow us here? There's something important that I want to say to the High Priestess. Express state, say. Please, let me come with you, please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, all right? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning their crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zada of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you are ready, let us proceed to the Ugamaro mines at once. Gabu, don't. I don't want to see more harm happening to you in these dang mines. Also, we're gonna have to go to the mines. Oh boy. Time for headache simulator. Oh boy. Let's see if I remember how to get there. Go this way, then this way. Then this way. Make a sharp turn. And then, yeah, there you go. This aetheryte will bear us to our quarry. Should he make to summon Titan, as I anticipate, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose, and we will have an army of kobolds to entertain till Alizé's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We weaken them, and let Enzar do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond this squall. Oh boy.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufistvin, Admiral of Limsa Lominsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alizé! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
All right. Protect Alizé. Simple enough. The girl seems to harm the Patriarch with biomagics. Kill her! Slaughter!
We must protect Alizé!
There. You're in my sights.
There.
You're in my sights.
Cool. Awesome. Yes, it's ready. Go, Angelo! What sorcery is this? Alizé, are you alright? His tempering is too severe. I can't finish the job. So one's personal aether alone is not enough.
Oh, just what we need.
Excuse me?
You're not alone. There.
Oh.
You're in my sights.
Here you are, Alizé.
Thanks, you two. I'll give it another try. Bombs! We can't let them get near Alizé. What is that?
More! I need more ether! Just a little more!
Oh my gosh. What are we supposed to do? What the? Oh! Holy cow! Ethereal depletion. She's getting plus stacks and they're getting minus. No. Oh, hey, did it work? Did it work? Oh, I need to channel her. Uh-oh. No. Oh gosh. Admiral, it's too dangerous. Oh. Come on. Hey, we did it. Did it work? Or where is she? Where is she? Sorry, I'm a little distracted because I am currently receiving a lot of messages on the side for a lot of stuff. And it's distracting me. I apologize.
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Go, Angelo.
Let's go.
Did it work?
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
No. No, 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 no! Why? Why would I do such a thing?
Oh.
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were! What choice had we but to call upon the divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None. And I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world, if you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole. I fought. I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to.
Oh.
That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
Wow. Oh. Oh.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gaboo does. And I will trust him.
Whew.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet in thrall to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Hmm. Would seem we have found a way to forward with the kobolds. Next we will help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest. But reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead I will say thank you for helping us to plot a new course, not only for Limsa Lominsa, but all Eorzea. Before I accept this quest, please forgive me while I take a small break to answer some of these messages. I'll be right back. I apologize. I'm still not done, but I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. It's going to be maybe 15 more minutes, and then I'll be back. But yes, thank you for bearing with me. I'm still here. I'm just working on answering some of these things, so do be some patient with me, please. Thank you. See you guys in a bit. I do greatly apologize about that, but I am back. So sorry. That took a lot longer than expected, but I did have a lot of stuff to answer. So I'm back. Let me go ahead and get in here. I received not one, but 2 messages, both regarding things that required my immediate attention. So I apologize, but that's just how life is when you have things that you do outside of just streaming. But yeah. Hoping to get in here. And let's do these rest of these missions. Next one being Futures Rewritten. Interesting. Let us continue.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Ah, voice acting.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Oh?
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
Forgot, what was the floating city? Why am I not remembering this off the top of my head? I just frazzled him or something?
What in the world is that?
Huh?
A tower.
Huh?
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Huh?
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards.
Hmm?
The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea.
Hmm?
Nothing more is known. Only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert.
What the...
Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo. And may the Navigator speed you on your way.
Hmm. Hmm. What is that? It just showed up. Like there was no warning. Like what? It was, huh? Well, adventure awaits. To Alamigo. Whoa, where's the sound? Oh, there we go. That was weird. It was just no sound effects or sound. It was just happening. Lise, what happened?
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roger preserved!
Huh? What is that?
It can't be.
What is that?
The palace! After them!
What is that? It looked like a messed up Bahamut.
You're here, good.
What? Oh, it's him.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why, even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Is that a sigh?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Ascians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
Hmm. The towers, what are they for?
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Ascians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire.
Hmm.
And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering!
What was wrong with this dude?
I'm different, you see. From the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe. I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles.
Sorry, give me one moment. Sorry, it's just I received a response to my email already, so I need to respond. Uh... Give me one moment. Okay. Sorry about that.
The Telophoroi shall be your performers, and this very star our stage.
Telophoroi? What the heck are you on about? I apologize for needing to do that so abruptly, but I could not wait, unfortunately. Also, what is that, dude? Excuse me? Why is that Bahamut there? It's like evil Bahamut. What in the world?
nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Lunar Bahamut? What?
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
What? Thank goodness everyone's safe. We've managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Raoban, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you.
No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Merwib tells me, you're due some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest.
Very well. But if you need our help, don't hesitate. And take care, both of you. So, what the heck? Lunar Bahamut? Does that imply the existence of a solar Bahamut? Also, why was there no noise in that? What the heck? What's happening? What? Also, he just decided to introduce himself. Ah, good, you're back too. Good. We received the reports from the Alliance. Since we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Alamigo could treat us to the rest of the first-hand account? No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tediously predictable, but for the endless variety of our foes. This Farandel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged, perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime and theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We only know that he intends to recreate the final days, and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature did resemble the descriptions I've seen of the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact is answer to Frandel would suggest that they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it has some manner of simulacrum born of Asian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Y'shtola? I have been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judged it best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I traveled to Uldar and delivered the proxies to Her Grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The Immortal Flames have been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja when negotiations abruptly collapsed. Sorry, give me one moment. The Amalja claim the number of their kind have been abducted, and that men are responsible. Naught is known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the Immortal Flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of the Frandel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you might be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomena. According to the Alliance, they have been sighted as far afield as Yancha. Then it would seem reasonable to assume that they are everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little now save remain vigilant. And since we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Estinian! Estinian? Now just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us a lance, I would be the first to welcome it. But the truth is, we will struggle to even find him. You let me and Cryle worry about that. We'll sniff him out no matter where he's hiding. If indeed he is hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless. So if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. Sorry. Give me one moment. I apologize for the sound. I apologize for the constant stopping. It's just the time of day that people want to apparently contact me. Alright. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them on the use of the proxies. They would doubtless appreciate it, but might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You would be fresher for the task ahead. Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long. 'Twas ever the way. The world often needs saving. Oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventure? Oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventures? Come now, I didn't say that. While they may not be the most carefree experience, there is nothing in this world I would rather do than write a new future with you. A long future, mind. Wherever the Telephoroi might hope. We'll stop them, won't we? Together. Totally foray. Totally foray. Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks. Oh. Hmm.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Glory be. Glory be. Glory be to Garlemald!
Oh gosh. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. I forgot to adjust my... No, I did adjust my brightness settings. It's just it's just really dark.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover,
First?
I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing him that you await his coming, though I confess I may have singed him a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me.
This guy's so weird.
Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
Hmm. But you loved katanas, and it made you cool. Oh. Oh. Huh. Huh. That was... You crushed that real easy. That's not a... That is a whole katana. Okay. Let me look at the... Oh, there's not much left. There is not much left. And there isn't anything driving me away right now. Okay. Okay.
I will continue. I will just continue. Let us not tarry. Good news, Call. Thingrid and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald, and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't figured anything out on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Remember to drink water. Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alize, Graha, and Kaw. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? No, I couldn't lose him if I tried, and I did try. Repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Ralph Bound and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap you would do the same for us. Indeed. It was just as Lise said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Frandaniel? Perhaps. Or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with manipulation of aether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed, or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. Ooh. If Randale could bind Bahamut to his will, he might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Urianger. Which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Raubon is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Cryle. We need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Alamigan Quarter. To the Alamigan Quarter. But anyways, some of that dragon. Dragon is interesting to say the least.
threatening to say a little. Also, I believe this is the... Yeah. I should do this. Maybe I do that when I've caught up and we're ready to go into Endwalker. We do both the trials and the raid for Shadowbringers. Yeah, that'll give me a good thing before just hopping into Endwalker before I'm ready. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you hale and whole. As are we to see you safely returned from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. Well, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. Of course, because you don't know. Arenvold, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Linkpearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after the whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may yet be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elzen are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Arcos such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moonbreda towered over me nonetheless. Ironfold brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. I've got to go to a meeting. I've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Fordola is going with him, then that must mean... My apologies. As Ehrenwald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. Alright, let's go to a meeting. Ah, big meeting. Very big meeting. And Grahati is
Ere we
here.
begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telephoroi's disposal.
Telephoroi. Telephoroi. Who the heck are the Telephoroi, though?
Since then, we have seen no sign of this Fan Daniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Well, not
Would that the unsettling
necessarily.
news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
Ah, I see.
What?
I see.
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldra and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Okay.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
Don't you go dying. I don't want to be walking through a dungeon and seeing your corpse. I don't want to do that. Because I see that there's a dungeon called Pagalthan in the near future, so don't you die.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me.
on us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. Ah, I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Well.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Yeah.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
Indeed.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Alright. I think I'm going to end stream there. Reason being, there's not much left before the end of Shadowbringers post MSQ. We're almost there. And I think it's a pretty good stopping point. We're going to go to Ishgard, we're going to go try to find Estinian, and we're going to keep trying to solve these mysteries that keep just popping up. So, this has been Final Fantasy XIV. I have been Sorcerer Supreme. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Please do give me a follow here on Twitch and on Twitter. You can find those links down below and in my profile. And if you ever miss anything, go subscribe to the Sorcerer Supreme VOD channel on YouTube. That way you can watch anything you've missed. Yeah. I hope you guys have had a good time. I apologize for all those incessant interruptions, but unfortunately, it's leading to more things that are just better for me in real life. So that's all well and good, and I hope you guys have enjoyed this. Look forward to future streams. Hit those notification bells and follow me on Twitter so you can stay notified of when they happen, as who knows when they might stop happening as often. I don't know. I wish I could give you guys a schedule, but I can't. So, until next time, I've been Sorcerer Supreme, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Goodbye.